for Courtney. Courtney goes through the 725, 95 miles an hour to the 764 at 93 there for barrier. Gonna bring up Mike Nobles next. He went deep into the race last night. In his 84 Dodge Charger out of Glen St. Mary. He went up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane out of Jacksonville in 67 Camaro. Double 05 reaction time for Nobles, 013 for John Dwayne. John Dwayne goes 654 at 110 miles, but 659 at 99 miles an hour for. Brings up Dan Salyers next in the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reading, Florida. He going up against Chris Lease in the freight train. That 72 Mr. Cruiser wagon over there in the Budweiser lane. Action time for Salyers, 007 for Chris. Chris is going to get to the strike for a 605 at 113 miles an hour to an 834 at 83 miles an hour for Salyers. That to bring up Keith Collins Sr. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Keystone Heights in the 70 Nova. Supercharged big block Chevrolet underneath the hood. Going up against Lee Elander out of Leesburg, Florida, in his 94 Camaro. All right, Pro ET, let's start pulling the cars forward, please. Pro ET, let's start pulling those cars forward in the lanes, please. Okay, Collins goes 617 to 109 miles an hour to an 832 at 84 for Elander. Ray Northrop coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida in the 79 Camaro. Going up against Brett Benjamin out of Jacksonville in the 06 GTO. And Benjamin took off a bit early. Really uncharacteristic of him. He went 816 at 84 miles an hour, 696 at 99 for Ray Northrop. Ralph Bratton coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, 72 El Camino. And Clint Wilson. He's out of Providence, Florida, driving a 68 Nova. Yeah, red light start there for Wilson, 026 reaction time for Bratton. Bratton goes 698 at 96 miles an hour to a 708 at 97 for Clint Wilson. All right, here comes Kevin Smith in the car they call Soccer Mom. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Larry McClendon. He's out of Summerfield in the 66 Plymouth. Alright, so Larry McClendon is going to go through with a 686 at 99. Kevin Smith goes through with a 575 at 125 miles an hour. Alright, Lee Hauser coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, in his 71 Dodge Dart. He'll be going up against Dan Warren from Melbourne, Florida, in his 85 S10. Okay, Hauser's with a 137 reaction time to a 55 for Warren. Warren gets their first 638, 107 to a 696 at 96 miles an hour for Lee Hauser. I'll bring up Ernie Redthrow next in his 1970 Camaro out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over here at Budweiser Lane. Courtney in the 78 Trans Am from Gainesville. Double 05 red light start there for Ernie. Courtney with a 130 reaction time. Ernie gets there with a 664 at 104 miles an hour, 723 at 96 for Tom Courtney. Chad King coming up next. He's out of Gainesville driving the 94 Pontiac Firebird. He'll run up against Richard Lindsay from Gainesville in his 96 Mustang. That was 32 reaction time for Chad King, 037 for Richard Lindsay. Lindsay's going to get there first, 647, 106 miles an hour to a 785 at 86 there for Chad King. Martinell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track from Middleburg, Florida, in the S10 pickup. Going up against Kevin Roberts from Hawthorne, Florida, in his 69 Chevy Camaro. He'll be right over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red light start there for Kevin Roberts, a 66 reaction time for Mark. Mark's going to get there first with a 659 at 104 miles an hour to a 751 at 93 for Kevin Roberts. That's going to bring up Mark Horton next. He's out of Callahan driving the Chevy Camaro. And he went up against Roland Corky Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Glen St. Mary. It's an 89 S10 pickup. Over here in the Budweiser lane. And red light start there for Corky, 081 reaction time for Morton. Morton goes through with a 674 at 108 miles an hour to a 730 at 93 for Roland Alford. Bill Waller coming up next. He's out of Raceway, Florida, in the 84 Ford Ranger. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the truck. And he'll run up against Joe Cool Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia in his 1970 Maverick. Double 05 reaction time for Joe Cool, 021 for Waller. Waller goes there with a 650 at 107 miles an hour, and his Hutto goes through with a 692. Okay, so we got Paul Allen coming up next. Your big winner here last night, sitting over here in the lane. And he'll be going up against what they call the lawn dart. It's a 63 Dodge Dart. It's a no time run. It's going to only be done here during the time trial phases. All right, Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll be be right up against Bart Pangillian over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Melrose, Florida. Bart with a no 18 reaction time goes 666 at 101 miles an hour. Dawson Bass goes 751 at 92. It's going to bring up Georgia Manuel. Next, here we'll hear on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of High Springs, Florida, 68 Nova. And he went up against Ray Piper out of Dawson Creek, Canada, 68 Barracuda. He's sporting a big Hemi motor underneath the hood. He went over here in the Budweiser lane. And Piper goes through with a 628 at 112 miles an hour, 775 at 90 miles an hour there for Georgia. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. He's out of DeLand, Florida. 89 S10 pickup going up against Scott Young out of Palm Harbor, Florida. He went over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Palmatier's 023 on the tree to an 041 for Scott Young. Palmatier gets their first 596 at 110 miles an hour to a 656 at 103 for Scott Young. All right, let's go bring up Fallon Roach out of St. Augustine, driving the 2000 Mustang. And she'll be going up against car number 372. Don't have this information in here just yet. All right, so the Super Pro Motorcycles need you into the staging lanes, please. First call going up, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Come on down. All right, here we go. We got car number 216 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Don't have the information off just at hand just yet. Hopefully we'll hear shortly. James Evans is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. His 90 model Ford Mustang. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Pro Motorcycles, Super Pro Bikes, need you in lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, you're needed in lane 7. All right, Chris Parisi coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jacksonville. This one is his Ford Mustang. And Marcus Cruz from McClenny, Florida is going to run over there in the Budweiser lane in his Dodge Challenger. Yeah, red line start there for Parisi, 046, reaction time for Marcus. Parisi goes through with a 770 at 91 miles an hour as Marcus goes 862 at 84. All right, so it looks like that's going to take care of our first and only time session today for the Pro Eliminator category as we're getting ready to go over here to the Super Pro motorcycles. Once again, I'm looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Dwayne Leachman over there on the Lucas Oil side of the train up the road over here in the Budweiser lane. Looks like Leachman gets there first by 63 at 122 miles an hour. As up the road goes 614 at 115 miles an hour. So bring up Jeff Tisdale next. He's out of Reddick. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil lane. And Sandy Rodriguez Jr. from Bellevue is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like Tisdale having problems with his bike because he's pushing it back out of the way. All right, so Sandy goes through with a 542 at 123 miles an hour. That'll bring up Larry Berger out of Jacksonville. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Sean Tucker from High Springs is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. We are running that class right now. You need to start making your way to the lanes. All right, so Sean Tucker is going to go through with a 592 at 121 miles an hour as Larry Berger goes 867 at 84. All right, Super Pro, Super Pro. Any overflow to go to lanes 3 and 4. Any overflow to go to lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro. All right, Mike Rising coming up next. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll go up against Alan Roush Sr. out of Jacksonville. Runner up here last night. Double O2 reaction time for Alan Roush. 12 Redline from Mid Rising. 611 at 110 miles an hour for Alan Roush. 654 at 104 for Mike Mid Rising. Bruce will be coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Webster, Florida. And he'll go up against David Zimmerman out of Ocala, a 77 Vegas station wagon. Okay, 038, 036 for the reaction times. The Vega gets there first with a 540 at 128 miles an hour, 706 at 95 there for Bruce Root. Randy Whitaker coming up next. He's out of St. John's, Michigan. 91 Dodge Daytona over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Palmer out of Jacksonville on his 66 GTO. .036 reaction time for Whitaker, 017 for Farrar. Farrar goes through the 651, 104 to the 653 at 104 for Randy Whitaker. It's going to bring up Amber Matz next. 66 Nova. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Jim Barbera out of Trenton, his 66 Nova. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. .007 reaction time there for Amber. Red line start there for Jim Barbera. Amber goes through with a 656, 103 miles an hour to a 644 at 105 for Jim Barbera. All right, that's going to bring up David Harris next. He's out of McLenny, Florida. He'll be in the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Mark Horton out of Callahan. And his dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Jerry McGill coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He'll be running up against Frank Belanger out of Atkinson, New Hampshire. Yeah, red line start there for Frank. Jerry McGill goes through the 482 at 141 miles an hour to a 541 at 129. Frank Belanger. It's going to bring up Barry Rowell next. He's out of Nahunta, Georgia. 74 Vega. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Dan Dobson. He's out of Gainesville, 1980 Chevy Monza, right over there in the Budweiser lane. .021 reaction time for Rowell, 014 for Dobson. Rowell goes through at a 589 at 115 miles an hour. Dobson 682 at 105. And here's your big winner from last night, Glenn Dubins, over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 86 S10 pickup from Alachua. And he'll be running against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. Pinkston's out of Wilson, Florida, in the 78 Malibu. .009 reaction time for Glenn, 2:54 reaction time for Joe. Glenn goes 641 at 104 miles an hour to a 687 at 100 for Joe Pinkston. That's going to bring up Lou Galley next. He's out of Fort White, Florida. 77 Chevy Camaro. Bring it down to crate last night. His Corvette lost the motor yesterday. So Lou back to Old Faithful here. He'll run up against Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida, in his dragster. Okay, Louis is going to go through the 669 at 101. Looks like Dave having some issues with the dragster there. So, I don't know if he's going to be able to move it on down the straight, or are we going to have to push him back out of the way? Somebody ought to make their way out there and find out. There he goes. All right, so next pair getting ready to come out, we're going to have Michael Bossi over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jacksonville in the 63 Corvette Roadster. And he'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua, Florida, in his dragster. Okay, a pair of red light starts here for Michael and Gary. Gary goes through with a 468 at 146 miles an hour and a 573 at 119 there for Michael Bossi. Robbie Little coming up next. He's out of Yulee, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Mark Portman. Portman's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll be running over here in the Budweiser lane. 7:27 reaction time for Robbie Little, 074 for Horton. Little goes through the minus 1,733 miles an hour to a 671 at 109 for Mark Gordon. I'll bring up Don Haney next out of Stewart, Florida, his 69 Roadrunner. And Tim Powell from Ty, Georgia, will be over here in the 22 Chevy Corvette. All right, need a street bike. Street bikes to lane 7, please. Street bikes need you to lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, so Power goes through the 630 at 138 as Don Haney having problems with the Roadrunner out there. He's kind of pulling it off to the side. So give him just a minute here to find out what's going to happen with Mr. Haney's vehicle out there. Looks like he's still motivating, but just real slow. All right, once again, looking for street bikes. Street bikes to lane 7, please. Street motorcycles to lane 7. Sportsmen, need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. All right, so while we're waiting on getting Mr. Haney's vehicle off the raceway, just like to take a moment here to thank some of the people that help bring these events out here to us. We want to thank Brian Trailer Sales, Brian Jones and his bunch for sponsoring some of the classes that we have out here, the Super Pro Gas category. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom, Allen Speed Machine Shop, and also some folks that help us out there, so we do appreciate all those folks that did come out, help support the racers and the track. So get a chance to spend a little money with those folks, always a nice thing to do. We got a Nitro Grill opened up behind the main grandstand area, so please, if you got a need for something to drink or eat, head on back to the Nitro Grill. That Ray and his crew get you fixed up. We do have Sunoco race fuel on sale here today. If you need some race fuel, head on back to the fuel depot. See Mike back there. He'll get you taken care of any fuel needs. Speed limit through the pit area is 15 miles an hour, so please do not exceed the speed limit on any place above the track surface itself. Do keep the speed limit down to 15 miles an hour when you're traveling through the pit area. There are young folks out there moving around. Ain't necessarily paying attention to where they're going. Sometimes you know how it is when you're young. So also, mom and dad need to keep those kids off the scooters, bicycles, golf carts, four-wheelers, cars, whatever it may be. You have to be 16 years of age or older to operate a piece of equipment here inside the Raceway's facility. If they are not above 16 years of age, they do not belong on it. So we're going to ask that you please keep them in check. We've kind of harped on this a little bit over the last few weeks. We want to keep on beating it on in. We're trying to avoid any accidents out there with any of the young ones out there moving around through the pit area. And as I said earlier, almost witnessed an incident this morning. A little bit scary, so we prefer that we not have anything like that happen. So let's please adhere to the rules on that, folks. All right, so here we go as we get back to the action now that we got the Raceway cleared off the top end. Mark Daniels will be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out in Jacksonville. And he'll run up against Chad Kennedy from Middleburg over here in the Budweiser lane. .001 reaction time for Mark Daniels, 010 reaction time for Kennedy. Daniels goes 492 at 140 miles an hour, 643 at 106 there for Chad Kennedy. That's going to bring up Rick Brantley next out of Orange Park. He'll be running up against Zane Hutto out of Nichols, Georgia in the Pontiac Firebird. One reaction time there for the dragster. He goes through the 452 at 153 for Rick Brantley, 503 at 138. He's going to bring up Buddy Goolsby next. He's out of Gainesville driving the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Grayson Wright out of Middleburg. All right, perfect reaction time there for Buddy Goolsby. He goes 656 at 102 miles an hour. And Greg Wright, he's up 12 on the tree, goes 498 at 137. All right, Mike Bidler coming up next out of Summerfield, Florida, in his 73 Plymouth Scamp. He'll be going up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine over here in the Budweiser lane in his dragster. Double 08 reaction time for Hicks, 018 for Bidler. Hicks goes to the 496 at 137 miles an hour to a 644 at 105 for Mike Bidler. That's going to bring up Brian Jones. He's out of Orange Park. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane out of Jacksonville in his 67 Camaro. All right, 32 reaction time for Jones. He goes 459 at 148 miles an hour, 654 at 111 for John Dwayne. So bring up George Meitlinger next in the 69 Chevelle. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Todd Austin out of Tampa. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 37 reaction time for Meitlinger, 47 for Todd. Austin gets their first 478 at 143 miles an hour to a 564 at 121 for Meitlinger. That'll bring up Derek Brewster next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane in Blackshear, Georgia. He'll run up against Jamie Kelly over here in Budweiser lane. He's the 86 Dodge Daytona out of Ocala. All right, Kip Palmatier goes through the 462 at 148 miles an hour as Jamie Kelly goes 587 at 119. Mike Captain coming up next. Got a Wildwood, Florida, driving a 77 AMC Gremlin of over there in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. And Craig Spell from Jacksonville, the 86S10 is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. And 001 red light starting for Craig Spell, 001 red light starting for Mike Gaffney. Spell goes 642 at 106 miles an hour to a 702 at 97 for Gaffney. And we have Derek Brewster next out of Blackshear, Georgia. He'll over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we go against the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. Don't have these drivers' information just handy at this time, so we'll have it here in a little bit. Okay, 003 reaction time there in the Budweiser lane. 009 for Brewster. This was 544 at 125 miles an hour, 745 at 92 on the Mustang. Kira Carter coming up next. She'll go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Blackshear, Georgia. And she'll run up against Allison Holdaway. She's out of Inverness. And she'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Start there for Allison Holdaway. She goes 593 at 79 miles an hour, 513 at 130 for Kira Carter. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Ocala, Florida. Here we run up against Tony Morris out of Winter Garden, Florida. We're over here on the Budweiser lane. 143 miles an hour as Mike Malachi goes through the 5:17 at 132. Victor Adams coming up next. He's out of Gainesville in the 89 Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Keith Collins out of Keystone Heights over here in the Budweiser his S10 pickup truck. Okay, Keith Collins goes through the 5:65 at 122 miles an hour as Victor Adams goes 6:50 at 104. Will Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're up against James Kelly Hicks from Elkton, Florida over there in the Budweiser lane. Perfect reaction time there for Will Halehouse. 005 red line starting for Hicks. Hicks goes through the 446 at 154 miles an hour as Highhouse goes 464 at 147. All right, Big Saber coming up next. He's out of Summerfield, Florida in the 80 Chevy Monza. He'll run up here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against James Hicks Jr. out of St. Augustine. Over here in the Budweiser lane. About 13 reaction time for Hicks, 2:14 the reaction time for Big Singer. Hicks goes through the 5:02 at 135 miles an hour. Singer goes 6:14 at 107. It's going to bring up Sherby Powell next. He's out of Green Cove Springs. He's in the Chevy Camaro. And Robert Wood, Douglas, Georgia, will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so the red line starts fair there. Luke goes into the 488 at 141 to a 667 at 102 for Sherby Powell. All right, so John Connick over there on Budweiser side, he's got no 12 reaction time with the Chevy Monza. He goes 7:46 at 90 miles an hour. Is Millhouse goes to it a 5:52 at 130 miles an hour. All right, attention to pits. Junior dragsters. Need to start making your way in the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds, need you in lane number 3. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane number 2. 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start bringing your colors to the lanes, please. Once again, 6 to 9 year olds need you in lane 3. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and over in lane 1. All right, Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Jeremy Davis. And Berger goes through 1176 at 120 miles an hour, 1339 and 102 there for Jeremy Davis. We'll bring up Sean Tucker next. He's out of High Springs. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Chuck Willem over here in the Budweiser lane. Chuck's not ready. 147 miles an hour. Chuck goes through the 10 flat at 129. And it looks like you got Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next year. .527 and 137 there for Schmidt. Once again, looking for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need to do the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 3, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, here we go in our first time session, only time session in Sportsman, and we got Parker Pridgett out of St. Petersburg in a 2016 Dodge Challenger. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Dennis Harsh from Gainesville in his Chevy Blazer will run over here in the Budweiser lane. Sorry. All right, so Dennis Harsh in the Blazer is going to get there first with a 12:35, 107 miles an hour, 14:93 at 96 miles an hour for Parker. Jeff Barrier coming up next in his Dodge Charger. Against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 003 red light for Barrier. 025 red light there for Veneman. Looks like Barrier is going to get to the stripe first, 11:96 and 115 miles an hour to 12:85 at 104 for Brett Veneman. That's going to bring up Dan Salyers next. 71 Monte Carlo out of Reading, Florida. He'll be going up against Lee Elander out of Leesburg in his 94 Camaro. And a red line start there for Salyers. 071 reaction time there for Lee. Sayers goes through the 1309 at 102 miles an hour to a 1304 at 103 for Lee. Okay, looks like there's a Dodge Charger coming up here. Don't have the information on that driver just yet. Clint Wilson coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida. Okay, well, I start there for Wilson, 021, the reaction time for the Dodge. Wilson's going to go through 1105 at 120 miles an hour. All right, Mark Van Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in a Chevy Corvette. He's going up against Chris Courtney there in the Pontiac Trans Am. Yeah, it looks like Courtney's going to get to strike first. He goes through 1132 and 119 miles an hour to a 1250 at 109. All right, Jennifer Robart's coming up next. She's out of Jacksonville in the 83 Chevy S10 pickup. She'll run against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. Mitch on a start with his Dodge Charger. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. All right, Marcus Cruz coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Dodge Charger. He'll be going up against Dodge Challenger, excuse me. And with his Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia, his Chevy pickup truck. So with the junior dragsters, this is the 6 to 9-year-old category. We've got Blake Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Hudson Matz. And he's from right here in Gainesville. All right, so Blake Jones went through 11:95 at 53 miles an hour as Hudson Bass went 14:70 at 42. That's going to bring up Morgan Wooten next out of Douglas, Georgia. They'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Ryder Horse out of Inverness will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so it has some problems with Morgan's car. Hopefully they'll be able to get it straightened out for her, get her back in the event here. Ryder Horse on his way down the raceway. Goes 11:69 at 56. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. Start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Start making your way to the lanes at this time. All right, here we go back. This is the Junior Dragsters. This is the 10 to 12-year-old bunch, and we've got Xander Cook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's down in Orange Park, Florida. And he'll run up against Wyatt James Hicks out of Elton, Florida. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 008 reaction time for Wyatt. 080 red line start there for Xander. Xander gets there first with an 889, 73 miles an hour, as Wyatt gets through with a 985 at 66. That's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Chloe Tanner from Jasper, Florida, will run over here in Budweiser lane. A 40 reaction time there for Aaron, and 102 reaction time for Chloe. Aaron gets there with an 884 at 73 miles an hour to an 893 at 70 miles an hour for Tanner. All right, so Reliant Morales coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Orlando, Florida. And Colson Haight out of Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, red line start there for Colson. 196 reaction time there for Morales. Morales goes through an 889, 70 miles an hour to a 924 at 70 miles an hour for Haight. Now bring up Sierra Haight next. She's in a Keystone. And she'll be running up against Ryan Cook. getting ready to come out here next. Got a Wesley Chapel, Florida. All right, Eli Griffin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Alma, Georgia, going up against Savannah High House over here at Budweiser Lane. All right, once again, this is Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Okay, High House, 1 double reaction time for Griffin. High House goes to 803, 81 miles an hour to 806. Green light Griffin. And that's going to bring up Anna Nevaset next, out of Valdosta, Georgia. And then she'll be running up against car number 222. That's Morales. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 189 at 77 miles an hour. All right, this is JT Barron coming up next out of Jacksonville, the 85 Mustang. All right, 024 reaction time there for JT. And he goes 1093 at 61.
Again, On the Spot Motorsports Media wants to thank everyone for joining us today here at Gainesville Raceway for the 6th race on the Summit ET schedule. That's right. We're doing 2 events per weekend, per month, except for July and August for the Summit Racing ET series. But there are other activities that will be going on at the track. Just go to GainesvilleRaceway.com and look up the full schedule there. We want to thank our sponsors, Miracle Automotive and Towing, Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises. We also want to thank Harry Business of Stark. And On the Spot with David Rogers. If you're looking for a podcast that deals with politics and local news, go check them out. On the Spot with David Rogers. Their shows are on Tuesday afternoons at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our next podcast for On the Spot Motorsports will be on this coming Thursday. We'll have Chase Van Zandt joining us, the rookie pro stock motorcycle rider. We're going to talk about how his career got started, all the way up to making his first appearance at the Gator Nationals just a couple of weeks ago, in which he had a semifinal.
Attention on the pit. Super Pro motorcycles. Start making your way into lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Pro Eliminator, y'all should be in the lanes, getting suited up and ready to go. For round number 1.
Chase Van Zandt ended up making a semifinal appearance at the Gator Nationals. So we're looking forward to that. Again, if you're close by and you want to come out and catch the racing action live, gate's still open. They'll let you come on in here and find you a spot in the bleachers. But I will let you know it is starting to get a little warm out there. But that's okay. If you get thirsty, there's a concession stand right here at the track. And here we go. We're going in the first round of a start.
Round 1 of the Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator category. We got our first pair coming out. We got Mark Morton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And his Chevy Camaro is going to be running up against Fallon Roach out of St. Augustine, the 2004 Mustang. She's got a 912 dialed in. Well, red line start for Fallon Roach. She's going to give the automatic win here to Horton. And Horton goes through a 672 on that 680 dial in. Fallon went 915 on her 912 dial in. All right, Kevin Smith coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got an 899 dial in. And he'll go up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. John with a 654 dial in and his 94 Camaro. Or excuse me, a 67 Camaro. All right, John Dwayne's going to get the win right here. He just 001 on the tree, goes 656 on a 654. And up there, he's just doing some practice stuff there. He really wasn't too serious about the race, as he goes 497 and a $150. Roland Alford coming up over there on Lucas Oil side of the track, 7:30 to dial in for the C10 pickup, going up against Larry McClendon in his 66 Plymouth out of Summerfield. And McClendon's going to get the win light here as he goes 684 on 684 as Roland Alford breaks out with a 728 on his 730 dial in. Dan Salyer's coming up next. He's got 835 dialed in for 71 Monte Carlo. He'll go up against Lisa Rimbo here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is the dial in for the 70 Dodge Dart. And red light start there for Salyer's going to give Lisa Rimbo the automatic win light. As Rimbo goes 639 on his 640 dial in. Salyer's went 833 on his 835. He's going to bring up Bill Waller. He's out of Riceville, Florida, the 84 Ford Ranger. They went up against Brett Denman over here in the Budweiser lane. 820 is the dial in for the GTO. Yeah. All right, Bill Waller goes 650 on the 650 dial in. He's up 14 on the tree. Good run there for him. Brett Denman goes out with an 815 on an 820 dial in. Ray Northrup coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Trenton, Florida. He'll go up against Andrew Yes, in a 90 Mustang. He's out of New London, Ohio. 757 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. Red light starting for Andrew. Northrup's going to get the automatic and gift. And Northrop goes through the 698 on 95. Andrew also went too quick with a 753 on a 757. Ralph Bratton coming up next. 7 flats to dial in for the 72 El Camino out of Gainesville. And he'll be going up against Chris Courtney. He's got 723 dialed in there on his Pontiac Trans Am. All right, Courtney, going to get the win light here, 725 on that 723 dial in. Gets the win light there as Bratton goes 703 on his 7 flat dial in. Debbie Young coming up next out of Palm Harbor, Florida, driving the Dodge Charger. Going up against Chris Lease in the Freight Train. 604 the dial in for the 72 Vista Cruiser. And a red light start by Chris Lease, going to give the automatic win here to Debbie Young. Actually, both of them had turned on red lights, but Chris's was smaller than hers. Going to bring up Jeff Barrier next. He's got a 768 dialed in on his Dodge Charger. And Leah Tadero in the 74 Chevy van is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 738 dialed in. All right, red light start there for Barrier. Is going to get the automatic win here to Leah Tadero. She goes through with a 740 on a 738 dial in. Barrier went dead on 6, but unfortunately he was 021 red. All right, that's going to bring up Chad King next out of Gainesville. 785 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. James Evans from Jacksonville. 687 the dial in for the 90 model Ford Mustang. attention to the pit, Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane 7, please. All right. Richard Lindsay's going to get the red light here over Dawson Bass. As Bass turned on the red light, he went 756 on a 719. Lindsay goes dead on 3, 647 on a 647 dial in. Lee Pearlander coming up next. 835 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Now we're up against Clint Wilson over here in Budweiser lane. 698 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. Okay, red light here is going to go for Helander as both drivers turn on the red light. He is the better of the 2 red lights, and he gets the win. He goes 835 on an 835 dial in. Good run there for him. Clint goes 707 on a 698 dial in. Mark Neal coming up next. 660 to dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in Budweiser lane. In his 78 Trans Am, he's got a 723 dial in. All right, red light start by Mark Neal is going to give Tom Courtney the automatic win. Courtney goes through with a 725 on a 23 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. 703 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Coming up against Bart Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 666 the dial in for the 81 Chevy Camaro. And a red light start by Gaffney. He's going to give Van Gillian the automatic win light. And Bart goes through the 667 on his 666 dial in. Gaffney went through the 702 on a 703. Lee Hauser coming up next. 696 the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Then we're up against Kevin Roberts out of Hawthorne with his 69 Camaro. He's got a 752 dial in. And red light start there for Kevin Roberts. Is going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win light. And Hauser goes through the 696 on his 696 dial in. Kevin goes 754 on a 752. Ernie Renfro coming up next. 663 is the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro. Going up against the 63 Dodge Dart. This is Dick Deason at the wheel. All right, so Deason goes through with a 767 on that 890. Ernie Renfro gets the win light here as he goes through with a 661 on his 663. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's got a 679 dial in on his Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Dan Warren over here in Budweiser lane. 638 is going to be the dial in for the 85 S10. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way to lanes 22. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, we go to lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, Scott DeLeon gets the win right there over Dan Warren. That's going to bring up Georgia Manuel next. 776 to dial in for the 68 Nova. Going up against Ray Piper out of Dawson Creek, Canada, and the 68 Barracuda. The Henry motor underneath the hood of the Cuda. He's got a 580 dialed in. And red light start by Piper is going to give Georgia Manuel the automatic red light. And George goes through with a 771 on a 76. Piper does 602 on his 580 dial in. All right, here goes Paul Allen, big winner here last night. 72 Ford Maverick going up against Joe Cool Hutto and his 70 Maverick out of Jessup, Georgia. Paul with a 703 dial in, Joe with a 694. All right, you got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like you got about 26 dial difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Joe Cool Hutto getting the win line here. He goes 696 on a 94 dial in. As Paul Allen breaks out with a 701 on his 703 dial in. That's going to bring up Keith Collins Sr. 619 to dial in for the 1970 Nova. He's got a Keystone Heights. Coming right up against Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida. 819. The dial in for Cruz's Dodge Challenger. Yeah, really, Collins going to get Marcus Cruz the automatic red light. Marcus goes through the 865 on his 819. It's going to bring Aaron Reynolds next. 620 to dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of Melbourne, Florida. He went up against Scott Young out of Palm Harbor. 657 is his dial in. Red light start there for Scott Young. Is going to give the automatic win here to Aaron Reynolds. And Reynolds goes through with a 614 on that 620 dial in. Scott went through with a 659 on the 57. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. Here we go on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll run up against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. 767 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And that stripe is going to be Chris Parisi getting the red light here as he goes 770 on a 768 dial in. As Palmatier breaks out with a 597 on a 6 flat dial in. All right, Mike Noble's coming up next in the 84 Dodge Charger. He's out of Glen St. Mary. He's got a 660 dialed in. Going against JT Barron over here in the Budweiser lane. 815 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, got a clean green line start, 17 fouls separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Nobles getting the win line here as he goes 664 on a 660 dial in. JT goes through with an 820 on his 815 dial in. All right, so we're getting ready to go over here to the Super Pro motorcycles, Super Pro cars. Y'all are meeting in the lanes at this time. All right, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4, overflow to 3 and 4, Super Pro. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go, round 1 of the Super Pro motorcycles, and we got Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 544 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 is the dial in for Dwayne. All right. Clean your line starts. I'm happy with Leachman's bike because he's slowing way down. Sandy's going to get the win line. He went 564 and 44 as he realized that something happened to Wayne. That'll bring up your next pair as we got Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 776 is his dial in. Going to go up against Jeff Tisdale over here in the Budweiser lane. 568 is the dial in for Jeff. All right, clean green line starts with both lanes, and it's going to be Jeff Tisdale getting the win line here as he goes 574 and 568 dial in as Berger breaks out by 6 foul. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next. 526 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Jeremy Davis from Palm Coast, Florida, there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 830 dialed in. All right, Jeremy Davis is going to get the win line here as he goes 836 on an 830 dial in as Schmidt breaks out with a 522 on his 526 dial in. And that's going to bring up John Upthegrove. Looks like goodbye right here in round 1. 608 is going to be his dial in. All right, so 007 red line start there for John Upthegrove. He goes 605 on his 608 dial in. He will still be moving on into round number 2. All right, looks like that wraps up the first round of the Super Pro motorcycles. So we're getting ready to go here to the Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro category for round number 1. All right, first man out here in round number 1 of Super Pro is going to be Mike Risen. He'll run here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 64 Chevy Nova. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. And Alan Roush Sr. running up here yesterday, 6:13 to mile in, 2000 Sonoma pickup. Okay, so finally all staged up, ready to go. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Only 5 miles separated the 2 at the starting line, and the win light's going to come on for Alan Roush Sr. as he goes 6:13 on a 6:13. As Ben Risen slowed to a 6:54 on a 53. Ben Risen was perfect on the reaction time. He just couldn't close the deal on the top end. Roush was 005. Bruce Root coming up next. 7:05 is going to be the mile in for the 78 Mustang. He'll run up against Ari Kelly. Over here in the Budweiser lane, 4:94 is going to be the dial in. Okay, got a nice late green light start here, and the win light's going to come on for Bruce Root. He goes 7:05 on a 7:05 dial in as Ari Kelly breaks out by 2/10. They go 2 foul. Mike Bidler coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And a 73 Plymouth Scamp. Look against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:69 is going to be his dial in. So well, it looks like Gordon must have left before the tree even started thinking about activating because Mike Bidler's going to get the win light here. And I've got no time coming up for Gordon. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Troy Balker there in the Budweiser lane. Identical reaction times for both racers, and it's going to be Alford getting the win light here. He goes 7:33 on the 30 dial in as Troy breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, Derek Brewster coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side. He's got a 543 dialed in. He was on against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 496 dialed in. All right, these are good picks. I need street bikes. Street bikes. Need you to start making your way into lane 7, please. Street motorcycle, lane 7. Sportsmen, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, make your way into lanes 5 and 6. All right, Tierra Carter coming up next. 7:13 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Going right up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:45 is his dial in. All right, clean green line starting both lanes. 22 now. Hilton's at the starting line and at the stripe. This is going to be Tierra Carter getting the win line here. She was dead on 0, picks up the win as Kennedy breaks out with a 6:43 on his 6:45 dial in. George Maitlanger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 69 Chevy Chevelle. Got a 6:55 dialed in. He'll be running up against Dan Dobson over here in Budweiser lane. Dobson with a 6:82 dialed in on his 1980 Monza. All right, 5,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It is going to be Nightlinger getting the win line here. 573 on a 565 dial in as Dan Dobson breaks out with a 680 on his 682. All right, Rick Brantley coming up next. 4:53 is the dial in for the drag show at Orange Park. He'll run up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. It's out of Jacksonville with the 67 Chevy Camaro. All right, 4,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be John DeWayne getting the win line here. 6:56 on a 55 dial in as Rick Brantley breaks out with the 452 on 453 dial-in. Randy Whitaker coming up next. 653 is going to be the dial-in for the 91 Dodge Daytona. Then we're up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 446 is the dial-in for the drag shot at Elkton. All right, got a clean start both lanes, and the red light's going to come on for Randy Whitaker as he goes 654 on a 53. As Hicks breaks out with a 445 on his 446. Amber Matt's coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 658 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy 2 Nova. And showing up against David Zimmerman out of Ocala and his 77 Vegas station wagon. Got 7,000 separated to the starting line, and it's going to be Amber getting the win line here. She goes dead on with the 6 with a 001 reaction time. She put that 7,000 back together. Zimmerman went bad. He was 008, goes 542 on 41. And it's going to bring up David Harris next. 483 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster from McClenny. Coming up against Frank Belanger out of Atkinson, New Hampshire. We run over here in the Budweiser lane. 540 is going to be his dial-in. Okay, on a double breakout, David Harris is going to get the win line here. He goes 482 on 483, and Frank went 533 on 540. He's going to bring up Mark Daniels next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be running up against Paul Farrar out of Jacksonville. 651 the dial-in for the 66 GTO. Okay, Paul Farrar is going to get the win line here on a double breakout. As Farrar breaks out with a 650 on 51. Mark Daniels went 489 on 492. It's going to bring up Barry Ryle next out of Mayhunter, Georgia. 589 is going to be the dial-in for the 74 Vega. He'll be going up against Grayson Wright over there in the Budweiser lane. 496 is the dial-in for the dragster out of Middleburg. And red line start there for Barry Reynolds. Going to give Grayson Wright the opportunity. Grayson is 493 on that 496 dial-in. Rowell 588 on his 589. Sherby Powell coming up next. 666 is the dial-in for Sherby in his 1970 Camaro. He'll be running up against Tim Powell out of Ty, Georgia. 630 is the dial-in for the Corvette. Okay, win line goes over Sherby Powell on a double break. out by the Lisa Hill, going into the next round. Brings up Glenn Newmans. Last night's big winner here in Super Pro. He's got a 642 dialed in on his Chevy S10. And held it up against Tyler Osteen. Here in the Budweiser lane, 480 to dial in. All right, we got a clean green line starting both lanes here. We go to the stripe, and it's going to be Todd Austin getting the win line here on a double breakout. So Austin moving on into round number 2. Okay, Kim Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 462 dialed in. Going against the Ford Mustang over here in Budweiser lane. That's 744 is the dial in. And that's 17-pound difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Mustang getting the win right here. 746 on 44 dial in. Coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 464 is going to be his dial in, going up against Joe Kingston here in the Budweiser lane. 690 is the dial in for the 78 Malibu out of Wilson, Florida. All right, Joe Kingston is going to get the red line here on a red line start by High House. Lou Galley coming up next. 670 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Chevy Camaro. Going up against Wilbert Wooten over there in the Budweiser lane. 488 the dial in for the dragster out of Douglas, Georgia. Okay, identical reaction times here for both racers at the stripe. Lou Galley is going to get the win lights. He goes dead on one with a 019 reaction time. Wooten breaks out with a 486 on a 488. He's going to bring up Robbie Little next. Robbie Little over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 516 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Yulee, Florida. Going up against Zane Hutto over here in the Budweiser lane. 503 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out in Nichols, Georgia. Breakouts is going to be Zane Hutto getting the win right here. He was 502 with a 5 on that 503 dial in. Bobby Little went 5:14 on this 5:16 dial in. Okay, Victor Adams coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be the dial in for the 89 Firebird. And he'll be going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 469 is the dial in for Gary. Red line starting for Victor is going to give Gary the automatic win. Gary goes through the 470 on his 469 dial in. And Victor breaks out with his 649 on his 650. Dave Demarest coming up next out of Fort McCoy, Florida. They're actually there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against John Connick over here in the Budweiser lane. Connick with a 747 dial in on the Chevy Monza. All right, 17,000 there. He's at the starting line, and it's going to be Dave Demarest getting the win light here on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Jim Barbera next. 646 to dial in for the 66 Nova. He's out of Trenton, Florida. He'll run up against Craig Spell over here in the Budweiser lane. Spell with a 642 dial in on his S10 pickup. Craig Spell is going to get the win light here on a breakout by Jim Barbera. Spell runs 644 on his 642 dial in. Barbera goes 466 on a 46 dial in. All right, Mike Bossy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 63 Corvette. Got a 574 dial in. Then we're going against Tony Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 478 to dial in for the dragster out of Winter Garden, Florida. All right, 1,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Michael Bossy getting the win line here, 575 on a 74 dial in. As Tony Morris car slowed to a 561 on its 478 dial in. It looks like Morris's car is broken, slowing way down on the top end. All right, here goes Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 460 is going to be his dial in. Then go against Jamie Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 589 the dial in for the 86 Dodge Daytona. Clean green light started both lanes. That's going to be flying. Brian Jones getting the win line here as he was 461 on that 460 dial in as Jimmy Kelly breaks out with a 588 on the 589 dial in. It's going to bring up Jerry McGill next. 482 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane with a 503 dial in. Red line start for McGill is going to give James Hicks the automatic win. Hicks goes through the 503 with a 0 on a 503 dial in. All right, Ed Dragster 2086 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 540 dialed in, going up against Keith Collins over here in Budweiser lane. 567 is his dial in. Okay, here we go. And the win line's going to come off of Keith Collins. He wins it on a double breakout. He went 566 on that 67 dial. All right, that's going to bring up Scott Browning next out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Course 94 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Alan Roush, 612 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Hey, red light start there for Browning. He's going to give Alan Roush Sr. the automatic red light. And he goes through the 609 on that 612 dial in. All right, Dave Edwards coming up next. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 492 is the dial in for Mark. Red line start for Mark Horton. He's going to give Edwards the automatic win light here. light start there for Vic Singer. Is going to get the automatic win here today with Hicks. And then bring up your next pair here is we're going to have Mike Manacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 516 is going to be the dial in. For the dragster out of Ocala, he'll be running up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 445 is going to be the dial in for Hicks. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes, and at the stripe, it's going to be Manacci getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 5 thousandths, and Hicks breaks out by 6 thousandths. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 617 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. Chad with a 644 dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds need you in lane 3. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds need you in lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and over, lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes at this time, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 3, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over in lane 1. All right, they're almost dead even at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here, 622 on a 17 dial in, as Chad Kennedy goes out with 650 on his 644. 012 on 013 on the tree. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next, 6 flat to dial in for the S10 pickup over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Then we're going against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. 702 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. And a red light start for Mike Gaffney. He's going to get the automatic win here to Wyatt Palmatier. All right, my run coming up here next for Buddy Goolsby. Got a 656 dialed in. All right, here we go to the street bikes, and we got Jeremy Davis coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1291 dialed in. Going against Larry Berger over here in the Budweiser lane at 1169 is his dial in. Well, red light start there for Jeremy Davis. He's going to give Larry Berger the automatic win light here. And Berger goes through at 1196 on his 1169 dial in. I'm going to bring up your next pairs. We got Chuck Woolham coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 983 is his dial in. He'll go up against Sean Tucker over here in the Budweiser lane. 930 will be the dial in for Sean. Yeah, red light start there for Chuck Woolham. It's going to give Sean Tucker the automatic win light. And Tucker goes through the 921 on that 930 dial in. Chuck goes 985 on his 983 dial in. All right, so that takes care of round one of the street bikes. We're now going to round one of sportsmen. All right, so here we go. We got Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1133 to dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane, his Dodge Challenger, his Charger. He's got a 12 flat dialed in. Okay, red light start there for Courtney. He's going to get Barrier the automatic win light. And Jeff goes through the 1209 on his 12 flat. That's going to bring up Dan Salyers next. 1307 the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Then we ran up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with a 1347 dial in on his Dodge Challenger. Yeah, red light start there for Dan Salyers. Going to give Marcus Cruz the automatic win. And Marcus goes through with a 1347 on his 1347 dial in. Salyers went 1311 on his 1307. Jen Robart's coming up next. She'll be able to go on Lucas Oil side of the track, 1305 the dial in for the S10 pickup. And she'll run up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. Veneman with a 1282 dialed in on his 06 GTO. Yeah, red light start there for Veneman. It's going to give Jen Robards the automatic win. And Robards goes 1299 on that 1305. Brett goes through the 1287 on his 1282. Okay, red light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to give Barty Van Gillian the automatic win light. And Barty goes through the 1252 on his 55 dial in. All right, here comes Mitch Gunner next. 1274 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Stark. Going up against Lee Helander out of Leesburg and his 94 Camaro. And red light start there for Lee is going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win. And Mitch has a perfect reaction time to go along with that, so that should probably give him the bye run here in the next round. And that's going to bring up Dennis Harsh next. 1242 to dial in for the Blazer. He'll be running up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence with the 68 Nova. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Okay, red light's going to come on for Dennis Harsh on a double breakout. He went 1240 on 42, and Clint Wilson went 1093 on 11 flat. It's going to bring up Chris Parisi next. 1182 is dialed in for his Ford Mustang. Going to go up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 1224 is his dial in for the 94 Pontiac. And red light start there for Chad King. He's going to give the automatic win here to Chris Parisi. All right, here's your last vehicle here. This is going to be Jake Dickinson. 1683 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. All right, so Jake Dickinson on his way down. He'll be the final car here in this round of Sportsman. And he goes through the 1701 on that 1683 dial in. there's junior dragsters. This is round one. All right, so Blake Jones is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1194 is going to be his dial in, going up against Hudson Mats there in the Budweiser lane. 1450 is the dial in for Hudson. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Blake Jones. He goes 1194 on a 94 dial and good there for him. Hudson Mats goes 1475 on a 1450. Only 4,000 separated the two at the starting line. All right, Rider Horse coming up next over here on the Budweiser side. 1190 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so Rider goes through with 1186 on that 90 dial in. All right, so here we go. We're going down to the 10 to 12-year-olds. We got Xander Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orange Park. 890 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. 914 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminators to lanes 3 and 4, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, leading to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow go to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Overflow to 5 and 6. clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Xander Cook getting the win light here as he goes 892 on an 890 dial in. As Hunter Dialing breaks out with a 908 on his 914. All right, Aaron Kennedy and Willie Tanner going at it out here, and here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come off for Aaron Kennedy on a double breakout. He'll pick up the win. He goes 886 on an 890 dial in. Tanner goes 889 on her 893. About 2 tenths separated the two at the starting line. That'll bring up your next pair. We got Colson Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 914 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 895 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a green light start. Looks like that 37,000 of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on down there for Colson Haight. 925 on a 914 as Ryan Cook breaks out with an 888 on his 895 dial in. And that's going to bring up Sierra Haight next. 890 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be right up against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dial in as well. Red light start there for Brooklyn Collins. Is going to give Sierra Haight the automatic red light. All right, here we go as we got Riala Morales from Orlando. 890 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Run up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 also the dial in for her. got a nice clean green light start. One's pretty sharp, one's a little tardy. Let's see how it works out down at the top end. On a double breakout, it will work out for Briella Browning. And she goes 889 on her 890, and Miles goes 886 on her 899. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 895 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Wyatt Hicks. 976 will be his dial in. All right, Pro Eliminator, need you in the lanes. Pro Eliminator, need you in lanes 3 and 4. Overflow, go to 5, 6. Pro Eliminator, need you to the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Okay, wind light's going to come on for Caden Holdaway on a double red light start. As he was 021 red, Wyatt was 040 red. All right, so here we go to the 13 and older group. We got Eli Griffin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 803 is his dial in. He's out of Alma, Georgia. We ran up against K-Nell Melendez. 790 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your wind light's going to go on down there for Melendez. There's 804 on the 799. Picks up the wind light there. Over Eli Griffin. And we'll bring up Autumn DeRossette next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Mount Austin, Georgia. 790 is going to be the dial in. Going against Wyatt Palmatier over there in the Budweiser lane. Also 790 is dial in. We got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe on a double breakout, it's going to be Wyatt Palmatier getting the red light here. He goes 749, 789 to her 788. bring up Savannah High House, 8 flat dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, this is our luxury bay. This is House and Reynolds. 1123 is going to be the dial in. into Pro Eliminator. We got Roland Alford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 732 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be going up against Alan Roach out of St. Augustine, 2004 Mustang. She's got a 914 dial in. Okay, we got a nice clean green line start. Looks like we got about 26 mile difference at the starting line. And Alan Roach is going to get the win line here on a double breakout. She would have got by the least amount. She only would have got by 3 fouls, so she picks up the win. And Auburn broke out with a 26 on a 32 dial in. So Alan moving on into the next round. Dan Salyer's coming up next. 835 is the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He'll be going up against Andrew Ennis out of New London, Ohio. The 90 mile Mustang. He's got a 756 dialed in. Okay, we got a nice clean green line start. Looks like about 63,000 second difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Ennis getting the win line here, 763 on a 56. Salyers goes 836 on a 35. But he's behind about 63 now, so not able to make it up. Mark Orton coming up next. 679 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Brett Benjamin. Benjamin goes 009 red. Gives out 90 win back to Orton. Lee Elander coming up next. 830 is the dial in on the Camaro out of Leesburg. He's going up against Larry McClendon in the Summerfield. His 66 Plymouth. Clinton has a 684 dialed in on it, so Camaro is going to get the early head start here by just a couple of seconds. And the win light's going to come on for the Camaro. Lee Elander is going to get the win lights. He goes 831 on an 830 dial in. McClendon goes 686 on a 684. Dawson Bass coming up next. 720 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Then up against Lisa Ripa. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is the dial in for the 1970 Dart out of Inverness. Now we got Google red lights, and it's going to be Lee Ripa getting the red light here. He was 15 red to a 461 red. Mike Noble's coming up next, 660 that I'm in for the 1984 Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida. The Budweiser lane, 698. Alright, well, we got a clean green light starting in this pair. And the green light's going to be from Mike Noble, 663 on that 660 dial in. And Clemens has a 699 on his 698. Ray Northrop coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida. 695 is going to be the dial in. Going against Richard Lindsay over there in the boat. 647 down in the 96 Mustang. Okay, Lindsay's off and running. So it's Northwood. And Richard Lindsay is going to get the win light here as he goes 653 on that 648 to a breakout 690 to a 695. Lee Hauser coming up next, 696 is going to be his dial in with the 71 Dodge. He'll be going up against Kevin Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. 755 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Lee Hauser. Kevin Roberts here. That'll bring up Ernie Renfro next. 662 is the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. Going up against Dan Warren. 639 the dial in for the 85 S10. He's out of Melbourne. Okay, clean green light start both lanes. Looks like 40-20 separated the two at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Dan Warren getting the win light here. 643 on the 639 dial in. Yes, Ernie Redbrook goes dead on 7. Cannot get the win light because he was 73 on the tree. Ralph Bratton coming up next. 7 flat to dial in for the 72 El Camino out of Gainesville. Here we go against Joe Coolhutto. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. 694 the dial in for the 1970 Maverick. You got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe in your win light. It's going to come on in for Joe Hutto as he goes 699 on the 694. And Ralph Bratton goes 699 on his 7 flat. So the win light goes to Joe Hutto. All right, Bill Waller coming up next. 649 is going to be his dial in the Ford Ranger. And then Chris Lease, 604 is the dial in for the Vista Cruiser wagon. All right, win light's going to come on there for Chris Lease on a double breakout. He breaks out by a foul. And it looks like Waller broke out by 2 thousandths. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 678 is going to be the dial in for the 1980 Chevy Malibu. Going to go against Ray Piper out of Dawson Creek, Canada. 6 flat to dial in for the 68 Bear. Big heavy motor underneath the hood. And a red light start there for Piper is going to give the automatic win here to Scott DeLeon. All right, Mark Hill coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 659 is the dial in, the S10 pickup. We're up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 738 is going to be her dial in. And we got a nice clean green light start from both lanes. 18 now separated 2 at the starting line. It's going to be Mark Hill getting the win light here on a double breakout. He'll move on into the next round. That'll bring up Aaron Reynolds next. He's got a 678 dial in on the S10 pickup truck. And here we run up against Mark Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. Pangillion with a 667 dial in on the 81 Chevy Camaro out of Melrose. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let me get Flying Brian's trailer sales Super Pro coming in the lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro in the lanes 1 and 2, please. Okay, you got 8,000 separated to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here. 618 on a 618 dial in. As Van Gillian breaks out with a 666 on that 667. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Going up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. 702 is going to be his dial in as well. Okay, 11,000 separated the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here as he goes 703 on that 702 dial in as Mike Gaffney runs 701 on his 702 dial in. All right, Chad King coming up next. 785 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Firebird. He'll be running up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 726 is going to be the dial in for Courtney, driving the 78 Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, we got a clean green line start here. 12 miles separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Chad King getting the win line here. 789 on a 785 dial in. As Courtney goes through with a 729 on his 726. Debbie Young coming up next. 987 the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Palm Harbor, Florida. She'll be going up against Chris Courtney, the Pontiac Trans Am over here in the Budweiser lane. 724 is going to be his dial in. And a red light started there for Debbie Young. Is going to give the automatic win here to Courtney. And he goes through the 833 on that 724 dial in. That's going to bring up George Engel next. 772 is going to be the dial in for the 68 out of High Springs. He'll be running up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. Evans with a 686 dial in on his 90-mile Ford Mustang. Yeah, red light start there for James Evans. He's going to give George Emanuel the automatic win. And Emanuel goes through the 774 on his 772 dial in. That'll bring up your next pairs. We got Keith Collins Sr. coming up. 619 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Nova. He's out of Keystone Heights. Got a 619 dial in. Going up against Marcus Cruz. He's out of McClenny, Florida. 867 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Collins going to have to get a little patience here as he's going to have to let Marcus slip away for about 2.5 seconds before he can start giving chase to it. Once again, we need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to start making your way in the lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, into the lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro motorcycles, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Super Pro bikes, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Okay, double break, red light start here. Marcus Cruz is going to get the win light here as he was 003 red to an 012 red for Collins. Okay, Ryan Palmatier coming up here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 695.97 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Chris Parisi over here at Budweiser lane. Parisi with a 768 dial in on Ford Mustang. clean start, 36 now, separated to the starting line. Here we go to strike. And it's going to be Parisi getting the win line here, 770 on the 768 dial in. Chris Parisi moving on into the next round. Scott Young coming up next. 660 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Goes up against John DeWayne from Jacksonville in his 67 Camaro. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, here's in the biz. I need street bikes, lane 7, please. Street bikes, need your lane 7. Sportsmen, need your lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, 5 and 6, please. Beightlinger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 569 to dial in for the 69 Chevy Chevelle. We'll have to get it rolling off. It's got 728 dialed in. Looks like we got 12 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to strike. This will be Beightlinger getting the win light here as he goes dead on 6, picks up the win. And his offer goes 734 on a 28 dial in. Derek Brister coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 542 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going to just Jamie Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 588 dial in. Gets the win light there as he goes 544 on a 42 dial in. As Kelly brings out by 9 thousandths. Tierra Carter coming up next, 511. Going to be the dial in for her. Going up against James Hicks Jr. He'll be over here in Budweiser lane. 503 is going to be his dial in. Okay, you got 4,000 separating the two in the starting line. And at the stripe is going to be a Tierra Carter getting the win light here, 513 on a 511 dial in. As Hicks breaks out by 2 thousandths. And that's going to bring up Ryan Fiddler next. 642 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scamp. He's out of Summerfield, Florida. Going to run up against Zane Hutto out of Nichols, Georgia. 503 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, got a clean green light start, 19 mile difference at the stripe, and here we go. It's going to be Mike Fiddler getting the win light here as Zane breaks out with a 501 on that 503 dial in. And Fiddler goes 646 on a 642. Robbie Little coming up next. 513 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Yulee. He'll be going up against Wilbert Wooten out of Douglas, Georgia. 486 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up here in Budweiser lane. Okay, Woodlight's going to go to Robbie Little on a double breakout. Little was 002 red, Wooten was 003 red. Little goes through the 514 on a 513 dial in. Wooten went 487 on his 486. Rick Bradley coming up next. 452 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. He'll go against Craig Spell over here in Budweiser lane. 643 the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, of street bikes, the lane 7 street bikes, lane 7 sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Greg Spell's going to get the red light here on a double red light start. He was 006 red, 011 red for Rick Bradley. That's going to bring up Louis Two Shoes, Luke Galley, over here on Lucas Football side of the track, driving a 77 Camaro. Got a 670 dialed in. He's out of Fort White, Florida. Going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 470 is the dial in for the drag shot of Alachua. Yeah, red light starting for Lou. You get the automatic win to Gary. Gary goes 477 on a 470. All right, here goes blind Brian Jones. 461 is going to be the dial in for the drag shot Orange Park. He'll be going against Tony Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Winter Garden, Florida. He's got a 478 dial in. All right, clean start there for both drivers. Here we go. And it's going to be blind Brian Jones picking up the win light there as he goes 462 on a 61 as Tony Morris breaks out with a 474 on his 478 dial in. All right, Dave Demarest coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 478 is going to be his dial in. Well, I guess Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. Keith with a 566 dial in on his S10 pickup. Okay, got a clean green light start. It's going to be Demarest picking up the win light there. He's 006, goes 479 on a 478 dial in. Keith Collins goes out with a 567 on his 566 dial in. Reaction time starts with a 1. So, need to say it's not going to win many races. Dave Edwards coming up next. He's in Port Charlotte, Florida. Got 482 dialed in. He'll go against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 444 dial in. Okay, here we go. They're all staged up, ready to go. And we're going to clean green light start. 1 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to Stripe Hicks. Gets the win light here, 444. 052 dial in. Hicks was 015. Abe was 016. Mike Benacci coming up next. 514 is going to be the dial in for the NHRA of Ocala. Going up against yesterday's big runner up here, Alan Roush Sr. 609 to dial in over here for the S10 pickup in the Budweiser lane. All right, got a clean green line starting 6 now. Separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. That's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win line here on a double breakout. He does 606 on 609. Benacci does 511 on his 514. Jerry McGill coming up next. 479 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going against John Dwayne. He's out of Jacksonville. 655 the dial in for the 67 Camaro. Okay, got a clean start here. 4,000 separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be McGill getting the win line here. 479 on a 479 as John Dwayne goes out with a 659 on a 655. Okay, Will Highhouse coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 464 is going to be his dial in. Anyway, going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Actually, that might be Trent Horton driving that car there. Got a 668 dialed in. Yeah, that would be Trent. That says Mark just rolled back through here. Okay, got a green light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Highhouse getting the win light here. 471 on a 464 dial in. As the Camaro goes out with a 673 on a 668 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up next. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 644 is his dial in. Going against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 495 is the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. Alright, you got two 10s separated the two at the starting line. Here we go. And it's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here as he goes 496 on a 495 dial in. Jim Barbera runs dead on 6, cannot get it done. Kim Palmatier coming up next, 462 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 492 dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Red light start by Palmatier is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. Okay, and another dragster coming up over here, number 2086. Okay. Chad Kennedy going to be over here in the Budweiser lane, 644 is dial in. All right, got a clean green line start there. See how it works out. Chad Kennedy's going to get the win light here as he goes 651 on 44 dial in. Gets the win light. Dragster goes out on a 547 on a 519. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 617 to dial in for the S10 pickup there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going to be going up against Scott Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. 493 is the dial in for the dragster in the Budweiser lane. All right, Scott Browning's going to get the win light there as he goes 493 on his 493 dial in. Going to bring up Nick Sanger next. 17 is going to be the dial in for the Fonts out of Summerfield. And he'll be running up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. 597 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Both lanes, and it's going to be Big Singer getting the win line here as he goes dead on with an 8. He was 008 on the Christian Street. This is 16th now packed together. Palmatier was 042. He wasn't going to happen. Goes 609 on that 597. Amy Byron coming up here for Amber Matz. 658 to dial in for the Chevy 2. She goes out with a 657 with a 5 on a 58 dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, junior dragsters. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, take you back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 3, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. All right, Chuck Woolham coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 983 dial in, going up against Jeremy Davis at Palm Coast. 1291's his dial in. Okay, Larry Berger over here on the Budweiser lane, going up against Sean Tucker. And Berger is going to get the win light here. It's 1171 on a 69 dial in as Tucker breaks out with a 925 on his 929 dial in. All right, here we go. This is back to sports. We got Lee Lander over here on Lucas Oil side track. 1295 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. They go up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. 1210 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay, we got a clean green light start. And here we go, the striker win light's going to come on down there for Lee Helander as he goes 1304 on that 1295. As Barrier breaks out with 1204 on the 1210. Dan Saggers coming up next, 1309 to dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Then we're going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1237 is the dial in for the Blazer. Okay, one's pretty good, one's a little late. Let's see how this works out. And it's going to be Salyers getting the win light here, 1310 on the 1309. He was 007 on the tree. Good run there for Salyers. As Harsh bows out with a 1230 on his 1237. Clint Wilson coming up next, 11 flat to dial in for the 68 Nova out of Providence. He'll be going up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane. 1254 is his dial in the Chevy Corvette. All right, clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bart Pangilian picking up the win light here. 1259 on a 54 dial in as Clint breaks out with a 1091 on his 11 flat dial in. King coming up next. 12:28 is going to be the dial in on the 94 Pontiac Firebird. Going to be going up against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. 1181 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, win line's going to come on down there for Chad King as he goes 12:28 on a 12:28 dial in. And Parisi bows out with 1184, his 1181 dial in. Jen Robards coming up next. 12:98 is going to be the dial in for the S10 from Jacksonville over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Well, up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1702 is going to be his dial in. All right, here we go. We got the Dodge Charger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1507, going up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. And your red light's going to come on for Benjamin as he goes 1306 on that 1292. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. 1270 is going to be the dial in on the 14 Dodge Charger. He'll be going up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 1250 the dial in on the Challenger. Hudson Matt's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1450 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Ryder Horse over here in the Budweiser lane. 1190 will be his dial in. Okay, so Ryder Horse is going to pick up the win light here as Hudson Matt's turn on the red light before he left. Still went 1457 on 50 dial. Good run there for Hudson. As Ryder went 1177 on his 1190. All right, here we go into the 10 to 12-year-olds. Attention in the bids, attention in the bids. Nate Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, the lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. Xander Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 983 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there for Xander Cook. It's going to give Wyatt Hicks the automatic win light here. Hicks goes through the 978 on that 83 dial in, and Xander also went a little quicker than 886 on his 890 dial in. All right, Briella Barleta is coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Wright Cook. 890 will be his dial in. Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 924 is going to be his dial-in, going up against Chloe Tanner over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dialed in. Okay, so you got a clean green light start. Red light's going to come on for Colson Hayes. He goes 927 on the 924 dial-in. Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial-in. Going up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. 907 is going to be his dial-in. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycle lane 7, please. Okay, red light's going to come on for Hunter Dowling as Aaron Kennedy breaks out with an 883 on his 890 dial in. Now bring up Sierra Hayden next. 890 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going up against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is her dial in. All right, clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe edge. The red light's going to come on down there for Brooklyn Collins. She goes 894 on that 890 dial in. And Sierra Hayden breaks out with an 887 on her 890. Kate Holloway coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in for him over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Briella Browning. Also 890 dial in for her. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. out of biz. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think you're gonna need any Sunoco race fuel before the day's over, you've got till 3:30 to get back there and get your race fuel needs taken care of. Fuel depot goes at 3:30. All right, so here we go. Back to the junior dragsters and the big kids. Eli Griffin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 803 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Alma, Georgia. Then we going up against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 799 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Middleburg. Yeah, red light start there for Savannah Highhouse. Is going to give Eli Griffin the automatic win light here. And Griffin goes through with an 806 on his 803 dial in. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 790 is going to be his dial in. Coming up against Anna D. Rossett over here in the Budweiser lane. 790 is going to be her dial in. Okay, fourth now, separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Red light's going to come on down there for Wyatt Palmatier. Goes dead on 7. He was 018 on the tree. Autumn was 014. And she goes 791. All right, Caleb Melendez coming up next. 790 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side. Okay, and he goes to 786 on that 790 dial. All right, attention to the pits. Super Pro, line back trailer sales, Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, you should be in 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, you should be in 3 and 4. And maybe Mark, and you got me all mixed up. Anyhow, one of the Hortons is over here in the Camaro. 680 is gonna be the dial in. We run up against Fallon Roach. St. Augustine, Florida. Got a 912 dialed in. All right, green light started, and at the stripe is going to be Orchid on that line here. As Fallon breaks out with an 853 on that 912 dial in. Orchid goes through the 687 on 680. Mike Noble's got that 660 is going to be the 1984 Dodge Charger going up against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. 770 is his dial in. Yeah, real nice start there for Parisi. He's going to give Mike Nobles the automatic win. Nobles goes through the 662 on his 660 dial in. Lee Helander coming up next. He's got an 832 dialed in on the 94 Chevy Camaro running over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. DeWayne with a 656 dialed in on his 67 Camaro. All right, Martinell over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track gets a 658 dialed in going against Lisa Rumba. And Martinell's going to get the win right here, 665 on the 658. As Zaremba goes out with a 666 on his 640 dial in. All right, it's going to be a competition bye here for Scott DeLeon. Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 787 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Pontiac Firebird. Here we go against Dan Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. 639 is going to be the dial in for the 85 S10. All right, got clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like you got the 18th hour difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dan Warren getting the win light here as he goes 640 on a 639 dial in. He was 008 on the tree. Chad King goes out with a 792 on his 787 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. Coming up against Richard Lindsay from Gainesville. 647 is the dial in for Lindsay in his 96 Mustang. All right, 51,000 difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be Paul Allen getting the win light here as he goes 705 on his 702 dial in. Richard Lindsay goes dead on 8. And cannot seal the deal down there as Paul Allen goes 010 to his 061 on the Christmas tree. George Emanuel coming up next. 774 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. He'll be going up against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 725 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start, and it looks like George Emanuel is going to pick up the win line here as he goes 789 on a 774 dial in and picks up the win. He was up 22 on the tree. Chris was behind all the way. He's 63 on the Christmas tree, went 757 on a 25 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 617 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. Coming up against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 757 is the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Hawthorne. All right, got 6,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win line here, 760 on a 757 dial in. As Aaron Reynolds slowed to a 623 on his 617 dial in. That's going to bring up Marcus Cruz next. 862 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger out of McClenny. And coming up against Joe Cool Hutto over here in the Budweiser lane. 699 the dial in for the 70 Maverick out of Jessup, Georgia. Red light start there by Joe Hutto is going to give Marcus Cruz the automatic win. And Marcus goes through an 859 on that 862. Joe Cole goes 7 flat on his 699. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to get any EP racing or racing is another race fuel, you got about 15 minutes to get back there and get it. He is closing the fuel depot at 3:30. So if you've not got your race fuel, you need to head on back there and get it. He's going to be closing at 3:30. And it looks like Chris Lease is just going to come up and take the tree. sportsman, you can start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go over to our Super Pro bikes, and we're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 564 is going to be his dial in. Going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 811 is his dial in. Red line start there by Jeremy Davis is going to give Leachman the automatic win. And Leachman goes through the 561 on that 64 dial in. All right, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 543 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. We're right up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 522. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Sandy Rodriguez. He does 545 on a 43 dial in and picks up the win. Schmidt goes out with a 532 on his 522 dial. All right, so here we go with Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, here we go. First pair coming out here, we're going to have Brian Jones. 461 is going to be the dial in for the drag shot of Orange Park. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be rashing up against Alan Roush Sr. 607 is going to be the dial in on the Jacksonville-based Sonoma. All right, clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe. Wind light's going to come off the flying. Brian Jones, he goes dead on 0. 461 with a 0. Alan Roush goes 611 on his 607. Roush actually had a better reaction time. He's 015 to an 058. Your margin of victory was 19 thousandths of a second. All right, Will Hobbs coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Artie Kelly. Over here in the Budweiser lane. 491 is going to be the dial in. Okay, identical reaction times, both at 034, and the wind light's going to come off for High House, 465 with a 1 on a 465 dial in. Kelly goes 492 on a 491. Mike Fiddler coming up next, 642 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scam. Going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane, 495 is going to be Hicks's dial in. I need sportsmen. Need your lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. Street bikes, lane 7. Street bikes, lane 7. Okay, Hicks going to get the wind light here as he goes 496 on a 95 dial, then picks up the wind. Fiddler goes out for 647 on his 642. David Harris coming up next, 483. It's going to be the dial in on the guy shot McClenny. Then we're going up against Todd Austin over here in the Budweiser lane. 479 is the dial in. He's out of Tampa, Florida. Okay, a nice clean start here in both lanes, and the wind line's going on over there for Todd Austin. He goes 479 on his 479 dial in. Harris breaks number 80 on 483 dial in. Brings up Amber Matz. Next, 658 is going to be the dial in for her. She'll be driving the Chevy 2 Nova. Over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going up against Joe Kingston. Over here in the Budweiser lane, 685 is his dial in. It is 78 Malibu. And Amber Matz is going to get the wind light here, 663 on her 658 dial in. As Mason goes too quick with a 680 on a 685. Derek Brewster coming up next. Well, 543 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. He'll be going up against Big Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Summerfield, Florida. 1980 Chevy Monza. It's got a 617 dial in. All right, looks like got 71,000 difference in starting. Strikes. Racer picking up the win. 545, 543. As Big Singer goes out, he runs 617 with a 6 on a 617 dial in. Goes dead on for the 6. Cannot get it done with a 101 reaction time. Tierra Carter coming up next. 514 is going to be the dial in for the Gainesville out of Blackshear, Georgia. And she'll be going up against Craig Spell over here at Budweiser Lane. 644 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. Okay, the medical reaction times 032 a pair here, and the win light comes on for Tierra Carter. She was dead on with a 2. So does Spell. He was dead on with a 2. This thing is 0-0-0-1. It don't get much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. That was a drag race. Glenn Newman's coming up next. He's going to be 638 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Alachua, Florida, at 86 S10. Up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser Lake. 444 is the dial in for Hicks. He's out of Elton, Florida. All right, here we go. We're all staged up and ready to go. Here goes Glenn. Here comes Kelly. Glenn. And Glenn Newman's going to get the win right here as he goes 639 on a 638. He was 008 on the tree. Hicks goes 445 on a 444. He was 022. All right, comes Buddy Goolsby next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Gainesville. He'll be going up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser Lane. 646 is his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, looks like we got 16,000 difference in the starting line here on the least favor. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kennedy getting the win line. 648 on the 646 dial in. Goolsby runs dead on 9. Can't get it done. And with another 20 reaction time, Chad Kennedy was 004. All right, Gary Vasquez coming up next. 470 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, going up against Scott Browning. Browning will be over here in the Budweiser Lane. 493 is his dial in. All right. And the win line here is going to come off for Scott Browning as he goes 494 on the 93 dial in as Gary Vasquez runs 468 on the 470 dial and breaks out. George Neidlinger coming up next. 568 is going to be his dial in on the 69 Chevelle. Around against Randy Whitaker here in the Budweiser Lane. 652 is the dial in for the 91 Dodge Daytona. All right, 11,000 separated these two at the starting line, and it's going to be Neidlinger getting the win line here as he goes through with a 568-1 on a 568. He has a 007 reaction time, puts an 8,000 pack together, and takes out Randy Whitaker, who dead on 8 with an 0.18 reaction time. Robbie Little coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:13 is going to be the dial in. He'll go against Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida. 478 is going to be his dial in. And Demarest got the better reaction time here and the win light. He goes 479 on a 478 dial in, as Robbie Little goes 514 on his 513. All right, here we go. We got Mark Daniels coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 490 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Barry Rowell over there in the Budweiser lane. 587 is going to be his dial in for the 74 Vega out of Nahunta, Georgia. Okay, it's going to be Barry Rowell getting the win light here on a red light. He was 011 red. Daniel was 012 red. He's going to bring up Jerry McGill next. He's out of Middleburg. Got a 479 dialed in. Going up against Mark Horton over here in Budweiser lane. 492 is his dial in. Okay, win light's coming on for Jerry McGills. He goes dead on 4 with an 029 reaction time. Mark Horton breaks out with a 491 on his 492 dial in. That's going to bring up David Hicks next. Hicks with a 496 dial in. He'll be going up against Alan Roush Sr. He's got a 610 dial in on the S10 out of Jacksonville. Okay, 4,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Alan Roush getting the win light here on the double breakout. And he'll it goes 607 on a 610 as Hicks went 492 on a 496. All right, it's going to be a test pass here for Kevin Smith. All right, attention to the pitch, junior dragsters. Need you back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 3, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over in lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to staging lanes, please. Sportsmen used to be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen used to be in lanes 5 and 6. All right, looks like this is probably going to be our All right, this is the street bike final. Chuck Willem over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 983 dialed in. Go against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1169 dialed in. All right, winner is going to be Chuck Willem. He goes 988 on his 83 dial in. His Berger breaks out with 1139 on 1169 dial in. Okay, red line start there in the Lucas Oil Lane for Lee is going to get the automatic win here at Mark Van Gillian. And Bart goes through the 12:53 on that 58 dial in. His Lee went 12:94 on his 13 flat. Comes Dan Sayers next, 13:08 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Going up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane, 12:31 is his dial in. Red line start there for Sayers is going to give Chad King the automatic win. And King goes through the 12:25 on the 31, and Sayers goes 12:98 with his 13:08. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:74 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And he'll run against Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. 17:20 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Okay, Mitch Gunner's going to get the win light here. He goes 13:16 on a 12:74 dial in as Dickinson's truck just did not come up to speed down there as he had 17 something dialed in and 19 something. And it looks like the buy run here for Brett Beneman. junior finals. Blake Jones is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be his dial in, going against Ryder Horse. Now Inverness, 1190 is his dial in. Okay, we've got a clean green light start, and it's going to be Blake Jones getting the win light there as he runs dead on with an 8. And Ryder Horse was a little too quick. He was 1183 on 1199. And he was better on the tree, but Blake was able to run the number. All right, here we go. We got Brooklyn Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in, going up against Wyatt Hicks. Over there in the Budweiser lane, 978 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line starting, 1,000 difference at the starting line. Brooklyn Collins getting the win light here. She goes 896 on that 890 dial in. As Wyatt James goes out with a 985 on his 978. All right, Colson Hayden coming up next. 925 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going to run up against Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 90 is his dial in. Okay, they're all got a red light start over there on for Colson Hayden getting the automatic win here to Wright Cook. 112R. All right, Caden Holloway coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is when he is dialing in. Hunter Dowling going to Gainesville is going to run over in the other lane. He's got 907. All right, Eli Griffin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 807 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Alma, Georgia. He'll be running up against Cadell Menendez. 790 dial in. He'll be running over here on the Budweiser side. right, got a nice clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Menendez. Menendez getting the win right here as he goes 791 on a 90 dial in. As Eli Griffin breaks out with an 805 on an 807 dial in. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. 790 is going to be his dial in. All right, Wyatt goes through the 785 on that 790 dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. The Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET lanes 3 and 4. Blind Bryant's Trailer Sales Super Pro. DG lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro 1 and 2. right, here we go back into the Ronald Automotive Pro Eliminator category. We got Mark Gordon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 676 going to be the dial in on the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. Chris East over here in Budweiser lane. 604 is the day lay. Is the dial in for the freight lane, freight train. It's the 72 Vista Cruiser. He's out of Melrose, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to stripe. And it's going to be Gordon picking up the win light here. 679 on his 676 dial in as Chris Lees goes dead on with a 7, but can't seal the deal with a 134 reaction time. Mike Knowles coming up next. 160 has got a 662 dialed in on the 84 Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida. 861 is going to be the dial in for Marcus's Dodge Challenger. And a red light started for Marcus. Is going to give Knowles the automatic win. All right, Knowles goes dead on with a 0. Fortunately, Marcus was 004 red, so he gave the race to Knowles right away. All right, Mark Neal coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup, going up against John DeWayne over there in the Budweiser lane. 656 is the dial in for the 67 Camaro. All right, got a clean green light starting. And your win light's going to come on down there for John DeWayne as he goes through the 659 on a 656 dial in. And Martell goes dead on with a 9, but unfortunately can't put it together at the top end. He's 051 on the tree. George Emanuel coming up next. 770 to be the number of the skill. He's out of Florida. We're up against Paul Allen, winner here last night in this category. 704 is his dial in. Driving the 72 Maverick. All right, we got away clean and green. And at the stripe is going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here as he goes 776 on his 774 as Paul Allen breaks up by 9 thousandths. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 674 is going to be his dial in. He's going to get Roberts so here in the Budweiser lane. 757 is Kevin's dial in. All right, 12,000 separated the two of the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Scott DeLeon getting the win light here. 676 on a 74 dial in. And coming up here next for Dan Warren. 639 will be the dial in for the 85 S10. All right, here we go with our Super Pro Motorcycle final round. We're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 561 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. Sandy with a 5:43 dial in. He's out of Bellevue. Red line start by Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to give Wayne Leachman the automatic win light. And Leachman goes through the 5:63 on the 61 dial in. Sandy goes dead on one, but he's 009 red. So Wayne Leachman picks up the win light. All right, here we go. Super Pro. And we've got Derek Brewster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a Blackshear, Georgia. Got a 5:42 dial in going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 495 is going to be his dial in. All right, Sportsman, digital lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Yeah, red light start there for Derek Brewster is going to give David Hicks the automatic win. Hicks goes through the 491 on that 495. Brewster went 541 on his 542. Tierra Carter coming up next. 513 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. She'll run up against Alan Roush. He's out of Jacksonville. 606 is the dial in for the 2000 S10. Yeah, red light start here for Tierra Carter is going to get Alan Roush Sr. the automatic win. Okay, here goes Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 461 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Todd Austin. Austin with a 479 dial in. Okay, 1,007 minutes to the starting line, and it's going to be flying Brian Jones getting the win right here as he goes dead on for the 4. He has 017 reaction time. Austin was 016, breaks out by 2,000s. Dave Demarest coming up next. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. 478 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Good one against Scott Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 493 is his dial in. Red line start there for Denver is going to get Browning the automatic win line. Browning goes through with a 494. He's going to bring up Amber Matz. 662 is going to be the dial in for the Gainesville. And she'll be running up against Jerry McGill. He's out of Fort Wayne, or out of Middleburg, excuse me. He's got 479 dialed in on his dragster. All right, Glenn Newman's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 639 is going to be the dial in going against Barry Rowell out of Mayhunter. And Glenn goes green, red. He's got right here with Barry Rowell. Rowell's going to go through with a 586 on an 85 dial in. Glenn didn't even push it hard. He went 675 on his 639. All right, George Nightlinger coming up next. 567 is the dial in for the 69 Chevy Chevelle. Against Will Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is his dial in. Okay, 3,000 separated the two at the starting line at the stripe. The red light's coming up for Highhouse. 463 out of 463 as Nightlinger breaks out with 565 on his 567. Byron coming up here for Chad Kennedy. He's got a 646 dial in. All right, attention at the pass, attention at the pass. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, I need you to lane 2. 10 to 12-year-olds need you to lane 2. 13 and older, need you to lane 1. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12 to lane 2. 13 and older to lane 1. Start making your way into the lanes, please. teenagers, 10 to 12-year-olds, need back to lane 2, 13 over to lane 1. All right, Pro ET, cool and fuel them and get those back into lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, here we go with our semifinals in Sportsman, and we're going to have Mitch Gunner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1271 is going to be dialed in on the Dodge Charger. We're running up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. Veneman with a 1283 dial in. He's out of Jacksonville, driving the 06 GTO. All right, here we go. We got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. Wind light's going to come on down there for Brett Veneman as he goes 1281 on an 83 dial in, and Mitch Gunner goes 1267 on his 71. So on a double breakout, looks like Veneman gets the wind light. The next pair coming up, we have Chad King. 1225 is the dial in for the 94 Pontiac. Going up against Bart Pantilian and his 94 Corvette. He's got a 1253 dial in. And Bart Van Gillian is going to get the win light here as he goes through the 12:59 at 103 miles an hour. into the junior dragsters. This is the semifinal rounds coming up here as we got Brooklyn Collins coming up in the Lucas Oil Lane. 890 is going to be the dial-in. She'll be going up against Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got an 890 dial-in on his. All right, got a clean green line start. Looks like we got 42,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on for Brooklyn Collins. Dead on one with a no 39 reaction time. Ryan Cook goes out with an 888 on his 890 dial. All right, Byron coming up here next for Hunter Dowling. Got 911 dialed in. All right, so here goes our final round. The junior dragsters 13 and up. We're going to have Wyatt Palmatier on the Lucas Oil side of the track. That's 790 dialed in. Up in DeLand, Florida. He'll be going against Janelle Menendez. 790 is his dialed in. He's out of Orlando. good. Looks like got 15,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Menendez picking up the win line. He just goes dead on two. As Wyatt breaks out with a 789 on his 99 then. Looks like we're going to have a couple of test passes here. This is going to be Caden Holdaway. He's at Inverness, Florida. All right, Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Start making their way back into the staging lanes, please. Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Start making their way back to the lanes, please. All right, attention to the pitch. George Emmanuel. George Emmanuel, you are needed in the staging lanes, please. George Emmanuel, need you in the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits, drivers. If one of the drivers out there, you lost your neck brace out there on the track today, we do have it up here at the head of staging. So if you lost your neck brace, you need to come up and see Renee. She has that here for you. All right, here we go into Pro Eliminator. Getting down to the nitty gritty here with these folks. Mike Noble's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 662 is going to be the dial in for these 84 Dodge Charger. Going against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. 656 is the dial in for the 67 Chevy Camaro. And red light start there for Mike Noble's going to give John Dwayne the automatic win light. And Dwayne goes through with a 654 on a 56 dial in. Mike Noble's went 660 on his 662. Mark Horton coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 680 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Callahan. And here when against George Emanuel over here in the Budweiser lane. George got 775 dialed in. Okay, we got a nice clean green light start both lanes. And George Emanuel is going to get the red light here on a double breakout. He goes 772 on that 75 dial in. But Gordon goes 676 on his 680 dial in. He's going to bring up Scott DeLeon next. 676 is the dial in for the Malibu out of Bellevue. We'll go against Dan Warren over there in the Budweiser lane. Got an 85 S10. He's got a 639 dial. Okay, red light's going to come on for Dan Warren. 642 on a 39 dial in. He was 025 on the tree. And Scott DeLeon, he breaks out with 672 on that 676 dial. All right, folks, make sure you hang around for your photos over there in the winner's circle here this afternoon. Make sure you get with Thomas Gaines to get your photos taken care of and order you up some nice ones. So, got a big sign over there on the fence. If you ain't seen it yet, you'll find photos online. Gaines Photography. Let Thomas Gaines get you fixed up. All right, here we go back into Super Pro, and we got Brian Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 461 is going to be his dial in. Going against Chad Kennedy over here in Budweiser lane. 645 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. All right, 12 now difference at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win right here as he goes dead on 5 and picks up the win as Chad breaks out by 3 thousandths. Jerry McGill coming up next. 479 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Goes up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 491 is his dial in. start there by Jerry McGill is going to give David Hicks the automatic win light. That's going to bring up Barry Ryle next. 585 is the drive they dial in for the 74 Vega in Nahunta, Georgia. We're going up against Alan Roush Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 606 is his dial in. Red light start there for Alan Roush Sr. is going to give Barry Ryle the automatic win. All right, Scott Browning coming out over here on the Budweiser side. It's going to 494 is going to be his dial in. like it's gonna be Bart Pangillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 12:56 is gonna be his, dial in. He'll be going up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:8. All right, Pro and Super Pro. Just cool and fuel them. Get them back in the lanes, please. Once again, Pro and Super Pro, cool and fuel them. Let's get them back to the lanes as soon as we can, please. Okay, fourth mile. Separate the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on for Brett Benjamin. He goes 12:82 on an 81 dial in as Bart Pangillian breaks out by 1,000ths of a second.
We're in the fifth round, right?
All right, attention to bids, pro and super pro, cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back to the lanes, please. Pro and super pro, need y'all in the lanes. All right, Brooklyn Collins, looks like we're looking for you in the staging lanes as well. Brooklyn Collins, need you in the lanes as well, please.
While we're waiting on the 13-year-old junior dragster final, I want to thank everyone for joining us today on the Spot Motorsports Media. Just to remind everybody, Thursday night we will have Chase Van Sant joining us on our podcast to talk about his NHRA debut here at the Gator Nationals, in which he actually made it all the way to the semifinals. So we are looking forward to having him on as a guest. We also would like to thank our sponsors here real quick to make everything happen. One of those is Miracle Automotive and Towing. Don't pray for a miracle. Call Miracle at 904-368-1114. Also, on the spot lawn maintenance. That's right, it's that time of year. Grass is starting to grow. If you need someone to come mow your lawn or give you an estimate, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Also, we want to thank Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises. Hey, if you need banners made, your short laddered up, you need a wrap done to your vehicle, hey, give them a call. They'll take care of you. That is Goolsby Racing Enterprises at 352-870-7258. And of course, we always want to thank Gainesville Raceway for allowing us to live stream the racing events right here at Gainesville, the Summit ET Series, and other races that may be popping up throughout the year. Also, we want to thank our station, pretty much, On the Spot with David Rogers. Their podcasts are on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And they like to dive into politics and talk about the news. So a great, great opportunity there to watch our sister podcast and sister page.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
They're always willing to help us as well.
All right, looks like I'm gonna do a couple of tests hits with some juniors, and I think go to the junior finals. All right, Kate goes through with 885 at 73. right, so here we go with our junior finals for big kids. Yep, this is going to be for the 10 to 12-year-old class. Brooklyn Collins is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial-in. She's done Keystone Heights. She'll run up against Hunter Dowling over here at 908 is going to be his dial-in. Yeah, red light start there for Hunter Dowling. He's going to get Brooklyn Collins out back win light. And Brooklyn goes through with an 888 on her 890 dial in. Hunter goes 909 on a 908 dial in. All right, so here we go with our semifinal round of the Pro Eliminator category. We got Dan Warren over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be the dial in on the 85 S10 pickup out of Melbourne. Going up against George Emanuel out of High Springs, Florida, the 68 Nova. 772 is going to be the dial in for George. Going over here to Budweiser Lane. Aaron's at the starting line. Here we go. Try it. George Emanuel's going to get the win here. 786 on the 72 mile in. As Dan Moore slowed to a 669 on his 640 mile in. George was 003 on the tree to an 045 for Dan Warren. And my run going to come up here for John Dwayne. And I think John was just going to take the tree and back up. All right, here we go with the Super Pro semifinal round. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 461 is going to be his dial in. Going to get Scott Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 494 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so something goes wrong with Scott Brown. So Flying Brian Jones gets the right there. All right, here comes your other pair here in the semifinals. We got Barry Brown. 86 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Vega. He'll be going up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 491 is going to be his dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. All right, 3,000, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike win light. Gonna come on for David Hicks as he goes 495 on that 491 dial in. Perry Rao breaks out 585 on a 586 dial in. All right, so that just leaves the finals, I believe, here for both Pro and Super Pro. And that will wrap things up for us here today. So as soon as we can get those folks back here, we will get this wrapped up for the afternoon. Pro, Super Pro finalists to the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro finalists, School of Fuel, let's get them back in the lanes, please. Come on down. All right, looking for Georgia man, David Hicks. Make your way into the service safety lanes, please. Your presence is requested.
We are getting ready for our final and pro. So bear with us. I'll try to get that camera issue straightened out down track. To make it easier on everyone, I'm just going to take that camera out and we'll go to this one single camera. Just bear with us for just a quick second.
All right, folks, here we go with the Super Pro final round of the afternoon, and it's going to be a good one. We got Flying Brian Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 461's his dial in. Going against David Hicks out of St. Augustine. He'll be in Budweiser lane with a 496 dial in. All right, here we go. They're all staged up, ready to ride. Here we go. Lights are all the way down, and we got a clean green light start. We got 11th hour difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be David Hicks getting the win light here. 497 or 496 dial in. He was 043 on the tree. Brian Jones was 054. Goes 463 on a 461 dial in. Congratulations, David Hicks, Super Pro winner here today. All right, so here we go now with our Pro Eliminator final round. And we're going to have George Emanuel over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 771 is going to be the dial in for the 68. Wayne. 65 is going to be the dial in for the 67 Camaro. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start, 23 thou, difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Red light's going to come on forward. George Emmanuel, 772 on a 771. He was 001 on the tree. And John Dwight breaks out with a 654 on a 55 dial in. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up things here for us today here in Gainesville Raceway. We do appreciate everybody out there. Please be safe on, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
I'd like to thank everyone who joined in today watching On the Spot Motorsports Media, bringing you the live racing action here at Gainesville Raceway Summit ET Series race number 6. We're looking forward to seeing y'all next month as we will be live streaming race number 7 and 8 on the season. It's hard to believe, but the season is halfway over. And just remember, there's no Summit ET races in the month of July and August this year. And we'll return, on that September. So thank you again for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media. And don't forget, this Thursday night, we will have Chase Van Sant joining us to talk about his Pro Stock motorcycle debut here at the Gator Nationals and what's the future beholds for him. So until then, take care, and we'll see you later.